Je vais bien.
Par contre, tu fais des bêtises là.
Tu veux pas passer la télé? Il y a ta mère qui regarde.
Coucou, fais coucou à maman.
Tenemos un suplente nuevo. Vamos a hacerlo, mira, tú vas a entrar primero, ¿vale? Tú entras primero, así no tienes responsabilidades. Derecha, izquierda y viene. Acuérdate.
Yes. I co, że na dwie nogi jest przygotowany? Nie.
No, pero que él va primero, no le comas el taco, déjalo que lo aprenda, lo que vaya lo sabe. Tiene que venir a salir, no va a poner a frenar. Eso somos nosotros.
Właśnie Sewery nie nadział.
Co?
Sewery nie nadział.
Konstruktorzy się najebali tak, że nie stali?
A nie!
Y ahora me copia, me copia. Ya trabajé de bon matin, ¿eh?
One equip. Fly. Go back. All go back. Another pump.
fue bonito.
morning, everybody, and welcome to Bornos in sunny southern Spain for this, what is going to be an absolutely incredible day of exciting paramotor flying. We had something very, very special for you coming up today, something that even the competition director, Kamil Manchowski, is getting excited about, and he was jumping on his toes last night as we had a briefing. Today we're going to have the racing teams event. This is an action-powered, high-speed race between 5 teams, each team with 3 competitors in, racing in a relay. So competitor number 1 in the team will complete a course, and then they need to time absolutely perfectly the switchover so that competitor number 2 in the team is able to enter the course just as 1 leaves the course, and then on to 3, and as 3 finishes, so the time for all 3 pilots is added up for this, the team event, racing teams this morning. 5 teams, we expect to have 3 rounds of racing, which may take us maybe up to 2 hours, and after that we may go back to the individual PF and PL classes from the last 4 days. But this morning's very special. This is racing teams. So welcome. We are in Bornos in sunny southern Spain in the area of Andalusia. Beautiful drone shots there of the town of Bornos. This is the official 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. You're very welcome. We're live. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, local time here in Spain. And we are live with you until the weather tells us to stop, which hopefully will be 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've been a little bit unlucky with the weather, and we've had our activities cut short on a couple of days this week. But already we're off, and we're ready to go with the first event in this, the racing teams for this morning. This is going to be action-packed, high-speed, high drama, as 15 of the best pilots in the world compete in a relay race. So if you're new to us and you haven't joined us before, we have 5 inflatable pylons there out on the lake, and that forms our stadium, and competitors need to fly a particular pattern. This morning the pattern is Alpha, so if you look in the bottom the bottom of the screen, you can see SF, that's the start finish gate. And for this pattern Alpha, they need to go to the far right hand pylon and then do a red clockwise turn, and then figures of 8 around the 2 far pylons. So a right around the right pylon, a left around the left pylon, a right around the right pylon, and then a left around the left pylon again before they come into the finish gate. So pretty simple to follow today, but it's going to be very, very high drama, high speed. These are the best pilots in the world. We have current world champions, current world second place, current world third place, but also former world champions making up this, what is going to be an elite day of racing here in Bornos. We've got 5 teams competing. We've got teams from Spain, Poland, Czech Republic, France and Qatar. And like I say, littered with current and former champions. This is going to be paramotor racing at its very best this morning. Strap in, get ready, because this is going to be high excitement for the next couple of hours. Weather conditions are absolutely perfect, couldn't be any better this morning. We've waited a little time, and we're starting a little later this morning to make sure that the light is good enough for our highly sensitive scoring equipment. It's okay when you have individuals going through a course, but now we have 3 people going through the course at any one time, and it may well be that one person will be exiting the course as another enters. And just to make sure that our timing system picks up every ounce of action, so we've been waiting just that extra half hour for the light to be perfect. And as we go in with the first team, this is the team from Spain. This is Carlos Tirado from Spain as he goes to the far pylon and needs to take a clockwise turn around that first pylon. And then it's a figure of 8. So that's part 2 of the figure of 8. Back to the original pylon. Clockwise, back to the 4th pylon. anti-clockwise, and then it's a mad sprint to the start-finish, which will be on the right-hand side of the screen. And already competitor number 2 needs to be lining up to make the crossover just as quick as possible. But you can see Team Spain, bit of a gap, and then in comes number 2. Pretty good handover there. There are penalties if the second pilot enters too soon, but that seemed to be on the cautious side. The whole time for the flight counts, so that slight gap between first leaving and second entering will count in the time. This is going to be Ramon Morillas from Spain, former world champion, flying PL, so a Paramotor trike, as he just goes around pylon number 4. Beautiful action by Ramon, and he needs to cross the gate. Now we're waiting for competitor number 3 to come in, and here he is, pretty good. Is, by the looks of it, Vicente Palmero from Spain, starting his figure of 8. So the rules are you must have 2 foot-launched and 1 trike in each team, or you could have 2 trike if you want, or even 3 trike. But they are slower than the foot-launched, so the winners are going to be the ones with 2 foot-launched and 1 trike. Excellent work from Vicente. Round number 4, and it's a mad sprint to the finish gate, and time off. So the start finish gate, as we've had in the last 4 days, if you've been with us, has a height to it. Pilots must fly through the finish gate no higher than 9 meters above the ground, or the water in this case, 9 meters being the height of a pylon. So we set that so that pilots have a visual reference as to the height of the pylon. But that's it. Spain through with the first round of flying in this task number 1. There's a good picture of one of the 2 safety boats here this week. Happens that this one's being managed by the overall event director, Paco, Francisco Sanchez Reina, who is instrumental in making this part of the world, Bornos in Andalusia in Spain, a center of excellence for paramotor flying. And this setup at Bornos Lake is recognized as being one of the world's best places for paramotor slalom. So 2 safety boats, they'll be circling around to make sure that the surface of the water is broken so as not to have a mirror effect. But of course it may well be that a pilot gets it wrong and decides to go for a swim, in which case we've 2 safety boats, both of which have been in action earlier on in the week, but fortunately no splashes yesterday and none the day before on Wednesday. But it's an outstandingly efficient safety rescue system where the boats reach the wet pilots in no time and pull them out, give them a towel and a clean pair of socks, and they're usually away again within an hour. So next up, that will have been Michal Palos from Poland. That's the PL, the trike pilot from Poland, which is the next team to go. We also have Bartosz Nowici, no stranger to this event at all because he is the current world champion. And they're making up 3rd place in this team. Poland is Severin Sobczak. Glorious conditions here this morning in Spain. We are live. It is currently 9:10 local time here in southern Spain. And you see the 3 members of the team Poland now all in the air. They were all talking tactics yesterday evening. What is the best way to enter? When do you start your attack run if you're second? It's also possible to have a 4th pilot in the air should one of the first 3 have a problem, a reserve pilot. And you may see a 4th pilot shadowing one of the pilots as they come in. Just in case something happens to the racing pilot, then the 4th pilot can take over instead. Beautiful conditions. It's a very sensitive, lightweight windsock, and you can see it's just being affected a little bit. Streamers just blowing in the air. It's absolutely gorgeous here this morning. temperatures are going to be in the low 20s already, and we expect the temperature to reach maybe 28 or 29 degrees later on today. Forecast is looking good. This is actually the bluest sky we've had all week. We've had a few overcast days. There's Alois, number 12, and his teammate as they are the next team to go. That will be Team Czech. But all eyes on Poland as the first Michał Palos comes into the course. So through the start-finish gate, needs to start his figure of 8 with what is now the 2 right-hand pylons. So clockwise around pylon 1, across to the top right for an anti-clockwise pylon 2. Just checking his throttle slightly in the second pylon, but through round to pylon 3, way over the horizontal as he feels the G's going round the corner. Pylon 4, and it's a screaming sprint to the finish gate. Where is number 2? That's a near perfect crossover as pilot 2 comes in, skimming the surface of the water. And he's away. This is a very fast time so far. Needs to keep his wingtip out of the water, which he's doing brilliantly. Height control is all important in this. And feet down, speed bar fully engaged, and a mad sprint to the finish. And another near perfect crossover here from Team Poland. And this being current world champion, centimeters above the ground. And a flawless run by Bartosz, just checking his throttle as he needs to exit the finish gate below those 9 meters. But an amazing time from Bartosz. So we have an official scoring software provider this year at the official 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, and that is dice.flights, DICE.flights, so named because the stadium looks a bit like the number 5 on a dice. So it's dice.flights. Head over there for live times. Navigate through, pick our competition, which is 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And this is currently the RCT class, the racing teams class. And we are in task number 1, RCT1. And there the live times will be posted. We can see that currently in first place with 1 minute 34.5 seconds is Team Poland. And in second place with 2 minutes 11 is Team Spain. But looking at the start list, it's my opinion that the further down the start list we go, so the faster the teams will be. So next up, Team Czech from Czech Republic. They've elected to pick 4 pilots: Lubaš Halama, Aleš Trimel, Milan Clement and Václav Prochaska. One of those will be this reserve pilot, so he will be shadowing the other 3 as they come in to join the course. Milan, the guy in the trike, so just seen him taking off. This is a very small site. We are perfectly placed. There's a takeoff and landing deck just behind my left shoulder, and then we have the medical supplies, emergency supplies, the food truck with fantastic coffee, and then the scoring and media tent, all close together. So I just need to look over my left shoulder to see pilots taking off and landing. And then over my right shoulder is the stadium itself. So all three Czechs are in the air. And if you've been with us for the last 3 days, we've had 3 days of official competition with the individual tasks, but this is the racing team task this morning. You'll know about the etiquette for pilots. They need to take off from the takeoff deck and then go into a waiting area. And you can see there on the left-hand side, there's all 4 members of the Czech team lining up waiting. They need to get a green flag from the marshal team, which indicates that we're all ready for them in the stadium. And then their first pilot, I can hear him throttling up now. Great approach, steady as he goes. Needs to stay low to the water and starting his figure of 8 pattern now. A little bit high there around pylon 2. But max throttle as he goes round figure 8. Speed bar fully engaged as he comes down to swoop. And may have been an early switch over. To be ratified. There will be penalties for an early switchover, being 3 times the amount of overlap. So if they overlapped by 0.2 of a second, then they'll be penalised 3 times that, 0.6 of a second at the end. Little correction by pilot 2 here from Czech team. But a very fast time. And we wait for pilot 3. Just a slight delay. Looks as though that was a little bit more cautious. And doing a handbrake turn round pylon number 1. Swinging, feeling the Gs. Maybe 2.5 G as he goes around that corner. Flicking himself way over the horizontal. And then a perfect turn 4. And straight out to the finish gate. So we have to wait for the official scorers behind me to determine whether or not the crossover was clean or not. If so, there's a minor calculation to be made. So if that was a bit quick for you, if the second pilot enters the course while the first pilot is still exiting, and the second pilot comes in too early, the amount of time of overlap is then multiplied by 3. So let's say that there was a 0.2 second overlap with pilot 2 0.2 seconds too early, then 0.6 of a second will be added to the overall score. There are other penalties. We're all about safety here, so should any part of any pilot touch the water, then there's a water penalty. Also, if there's an error in circuit, they go the wrong way. Don't expect that at this level, but that may be possible. And the competition director, that's officially termed a failed takeoff. He's allowed 3 attempts at takeoff. Just wasn't quite happy. Wing wasn't quite in the right place. So the official marshals and team assistants are able to help check that the pilot is ready to go. And there you can see Team France choosing to, this is Team France by the way, sorry, Team France choosing to fly with 4 pilots, and it happens with 2 PL1 competitors. So 2 in the trikes. We've Jérémy Penon in foot launched, Cyril Planton as well, and then the 2 trikes are Gaëtan Magnon and Boris Tispeyer. Jérémy on absolutely top form this week. He had a blistering run in the last task yesterday in the PF individual, so the foot launched individual, where he absolutely blew away the rest of his competitors. He was 0.7 of a second faster, which in this game is a complete lifetime. And then numbers 2 to 5 were within hundredths of a second of each other. So Jeremy, an amazing performance yesterday. Let's see if he can repeat that now. There's the whole French team, but the team that's with us for the racing team is Jérémy, Cyril, Gaëtan and Boris. Competition director behind me calling for the green flag to be shown. So nerves are high as we look across the water for first signs of the first pilot in. I can hear him over on the far side, still out of view, but it's a full throttle, of course, looking for the pilot to be skimming the surface of the water as they set up. And this looks like Cyril to me. Let's see. Flicks his way around pylon 1. Beautiful turn round 2. Extremely tight to pylon 3. And again, cutting the corner on 4. But it's all about this crossover. How will France do? I would say that's cautious to perfect. And it's going to be full throttle all the way around the course. It's a tight figure of 8, so it's going to be 60 to 70 kilometers per hour going around the corners, and maybe as much as 80 kilometers per hour in the straights. He's very high. He needs to lose the height before he gets through the finish gate, but he's done it. And there's quite a gap there between 2 and 3 as the third competitor, which looks to me as though it's Boris Tisbaer from the trike class. And round pylon number 4, and it's a sprint to the finish. Just having to correct on the engine to make sure that he goes in through correctly. Huge French support here on the lake side. They're all pretty happy. Out come the flags. All the fellow competitors have turned up to cheer their team on. Amazing atmosphere here this morning. People lining Lakeshore to get a glimpse of this high-powered action. So head over to dice.flights for the scores, and we can see that in second place, Team Czech, 1 minute 32.2, but the leaders with an amazing 1 minute 28.4 is Team France. So as we go into this, the fifth team, it's France in first place, Team Czechia in second, Poland in third, and Spain in fourth. So we will be looking to the Qatari team to fulfill their promise. They are expected to be the quickest, but I promise you it's going to be extremely tight at the top. And any tiny mistake will mean disaster for the team. So I believe that was Ibrahim Hussein taking off in his trike. Ibrahim currently number 2 in the world, came second in the World Paramotor Slalom Championships last year in Qatar. There you can see the power of the engines as they only need 3 or 4 steps to get airborne. And we wait for the 4th member of the team to take off, which I think is Abdurrahman Mohammed. So in this, Isa Al-Hajaji, Saeed Malhiya, Ibrahim Hussein, and Abdurrahman Mohammed. Team Qatar. Time to beat from the French team, 1 minute 28.403. This is round 1 of 3 rounds we're going to have this morning. And it's a point system. So if you finish first, you score 1 point. If you finish second, obviously 2 points. And they're all added up at the end of the 3 rounds to determine the winners of today. It may well be that we have a 4th round tomorrow morning, depending on the weather conditions. But pilots are flying as if it's their last tasks, because it's not guaranteed that we're going to fly tomorrow. We hope we do, but it's not in our hands. So this could be the run that determines the gold in the end. All 3 runs are going to be vital as we watch the first of the Qatari team starting his figure 8 with a clockwise round pylon 1. Safely round 2. They're 80 meters apart, and it's taking absolutely no time at all for them to complete the course. And they go out. Just a very, very slight delay there, but he's okay. And we see pilot 2 straight in. Starting his run. A little bit wide on the entry, but maintaining top speed, cutting round pylon 2 beautifully. Excellent technique. And 3, nearly touching the pylon. And 4, again, amazing speed. Just checking on the accelerator, on the throttle as he leaves. And we're waiting for number 3, which is going to be Ibrahim Hussein, world number 2. In the trike. Superb shots as he's racing Team France for the leading position in this round 1. Pylon 3, perfect. Pylon 4, perfect. And out he goes. Crowd watching eagerly as we wait for the time. 1 minute 28.4 from Team France. Will Qatar win round 1 of this, the racing team? We need to be sure of the scores before they're published, so there is a very, very short delay as we reflect on 10 minutes of the most amazing adrenaline-filled high-action drama. And the results are in. And the winners of round 1 are Team Qatar with 1 minute 27.23, followed by Team France 1 minute 28.4, and then Team Czech 1 minute 32 seconds. In 4th, Poland, and in 5th, Spain. So the winners of round 1, Team Qatar. In the end, it was comfortable, 1.1 seconds. And they will take 1 point from this race. And then the team with the least number of points at the end will be the winners. So, phew, let's take a breath as we look on to round number 2. And this time we are using a different course, which is course beta, as you can see on the screen. Through the start gate to the bottom right pylon and a clockwise turn, all the way across to the bottom left pylon and an anti-clockwise turn, to the top left pylon, an anti-clockwise turn, and then here we go, a full 360 round the center pylon before going out the finish gate. Going to be pulling easy 2.5G, maybe as much as 3G, as the pilots go round the 3rd pylon. So this is course beta, and we'll be ready again in just a couple of moments. Again, same running order, so starting off with Team Spain. It's all a bit breathless, but it's given me a quick moment to fill you in with what's going on here this week. This is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos in southern Spain. Welcome. We are live. It's 9:28 in the morning on Friday the 24th of October. These images coming to you absolutely live, thanks to the fantastic performance of our media producer here this week, KTO Productions, and my friend Jordi Camardons on my right-hand side, pressing the buttons and directing the cameramen, Sebastien and Mickey. We're very grateful to our sponsors this week, and there are a number of sponsors, not least in the engine category, Vitorazzi, and I was delighted to have an evening meal last night with their marketing manager, Ramon. Ramon, thank you ever so much for your support. Your contribution to this event is absolutely vital. You sponsor a number of pilots as well who are competing this week. But I'll have to cut all that short because we're ready to go with Team Spain. This is round number 2 on course Beta. As the first Spanish pilot comes in to complete the course. So that was pylon 1. Pylon 2 is going to be an anti-clockwise turn. And he's in. He's in the water. So, water splash. The first one in several days. You can see already the safety boat is on the position of the pilot within seconds. They are all wearing safety buoyancy aids, which will have inflated as they hit the water. So they're above water, and we can see that the orange of the buoyancy aid is clear. The first thing that will happen is that the boat will make contact with the pilot, and there you can see he's absolutely fine. And the safety boat will be offering a hand to then bring him back into the boat. Everything else stops, so we have the red and the green flag crossed, and all pilots are instructed to come back to land as we concentrate on the recovery of the pilot. But I can see off camera that he's absolutely fine. He's interacting with the safety boat, no problem. So it'll just be a couple of minutes as we rescue the canopy and the pilot himself. Bring him ashore. He will be then checked over by the medical teams who are here, and there are 2 medical teams from the Cruz Roja, the Red Cross here in Spain. He'll be given a clean pair of socks and perhaps a warm cup of coffee. And all pilots have 2 sets of equipment, so it may well be that he's brought a second wing and indeed a second paramotor with him. And it could well be that they are up and out quickly. Otherwise, of course, there is a reserve pilot who can take his place. But we'll wait for a couple of minutes as the rescue operation takes place. But he's absolutely fine. Specialist safety boat with a flip top front nose. So that can flip down to form a platform to enable the pilot and his paramotor to be lifted safely on board. So time to take a break from the action. I'm able to go back to the information that I was giving you earlier. We've got a number of sponsors here, not least Vitorazzi and Ramon. Like I said, we shared some calamari last night and it was delicious. But also in the chassis category, we have Liberty Paramotors, and the owner of the company, Carlos, is here this week. So hello to you, Carlos, and thank you very much for your support. The canopy category is taken by Dudek Paramotors from Poland, and my friend Wojtek. And then we have official scorers Dice.Flights, and the media producers KTO Productions, and my friend Geordie. I'm delighted to say that I'm going to be joined by a competitor. Delighted to say that we're joined by one of the competitors, and it's Johnson Q from Team USA. Hey, Johnson.
Hi, Rob. How's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. We got to sleep in a little bit, and we're enjoying watching the racing teams while being on standby for racing.
So, Team USA not in the racing teams. Why is that?
Correct. So, racing team rules require that you have at least one person from each class. So, you need someone from PL1 and you need someone from PF1. Team USA right now is currently entirely PF1 competitors. We don't have a trike pilot.
How many PF have you brought with you this week?
We have brought 6 PF1 pilots.
So you're competing in PF1. How are you doing?
Correct. I am doing about on par of what I wanted to do. So I think I talked earlier with you this week about my goal of being roughly 18th in the race, and I think I'm close to nailing that one.
So we have an open class that everybody competes in, and then we have a subsection of that, which is the serial class, which is limited by engine size. And sadly for you, you bought a new engine.
Yep.
A few days before the serial class was announced.
I want to say it was almost literally 5 days before they announced serial class where my Ares 260 showed up. So I bought that engine for a couple of reasons. One, I heard great things about it, and I love working with the Sky Engines team, so they've been a beauty. But two, one of the biggest things for me is getting used to the difference between a Moster, which is a belt drive and right torquing, and almost all the higher power slalom engines are gear drive and left torquing. So the choices for me were, well, I'm not going to fly an Atom 80. That's a little bit small. And then I step between a 202, a 303, and a Sky engine, not necessarily because of power differences, but because I wanted something that would get me left torque.
Okay, that's a little bit over my head, but I followed you. So clearly you're a competitor here. You're running about 18th, you say, in the table. Correct. Tell me, what are the emotions going through your head as you're entering the start gate?
So for me, this whole event has been a little bit fun because it's a new engine for me. There's a bit of acclimation, and I tell a lot of my team, don't underestimate how much every little factor is going to add up once you're entering the course. So for my very last run, new engine, wasn't quite used to tuning it, and had a great inflation. On takeoff, the engine bogged, and all of a sudden you're running back to reset, have to put your motor back down, have to get the wing reset up, have to walk from one end of the field to the other, and then you have to try, pray, tune that your engine's going to run the second time. So my very last lap, I definitely remember, okay, take a breath. You made it your second launch, engine actually powered up. We got out of the rich bogging state. It's probably running a little cooler now. Let's go fly. Entering the course, it is a nice change of pace of focus. So for me, what I've been really focusing on this year has been the cornering points, where you have the big strategy of you have the pylon you're going to turn around, and then you want to think about optimizing, okay, do I enter wide on it so I exit close so I can have more space for the next pylon, or do I say I can attack this pylon close because the next turn is actually relatively generous and round, and I can just take a big arc around that. So that's kind of what I'm drawing out in my mind now.
How far ahead are you thinking? The next pylon or the one after that?
I don't have the bandwidth to think past the second pylon.
Too modest, Johnson.
Mm-hmm. The first year you're kind of doing it, one of the things I said is that you're just here to survive the course. So you just say, this is my next pylon. I'm going to fly past it. I'm going to turn. I'm going to get to the pylon after that. But at this phase, a lot of the things I'm thinking about while I'm walking on the ground mostly include trying to route out how far around a pylon do I want to be to set myself up for the second pylon that I'm about to get to.
So help me out here. You've come through the start gate. You need to go to the far right-hand corner of the course for the first pylon, and you need to perform a 270 around to go to the opposite pylon in the opposite corner of the course. So you're approaching at 80 kilometers an hour, whatever that is in American, 50 miles an hour.
Give or take, yeah.
And you are on the right-hand side of the pylon, about to turn left. What do you do? What do you do to the wing to get you around the pylon?
Let's make it a little bit easier, which is you have to go do a right-hand turn around the far corner, and then you have to keep the center pylon on your left. So that gives you an extremely exaggerated turn because you're doing a greater than 180 figure eight around the far pylon, and then you have to make sure not to hit the center pylon. In that case, the strategy there, I'm thinking, is I want to come in wide around the far diagonal pylon, because if I come in wide and then I exit basically my banked turn as close to that pylon as possible, that means I'm positioned closer to the diagonal line that is easiest between the far diagonal and the center pylon. So then I can juke around the center pylon and not have to make as big of a dramatic maneuver to turn away from the center pylon and then turn back to, let's say, the close diagonal pylon that we want to fly to.
All in a fraction of a second.
All in a fraction of a second. That's the beauty of this sport, is that you can plan as much as you want and you can talk these things out to yourself, but you're really talking these things out to yourself so that your subconscious and your muscle memory knows to do this.
Okay, so we've got some people who don't know about paramotors watching. You're controlling the wing with your two hands. Coming into a 180 turn around a pylon, are you pulling absolute maximum force with your hand to get round?
That is the goal, yes. And looks like we're back to some action, so maybe we should have our eyes on some screens, and we might have some good examples.
Sure, thanks, Johnson. So we're going to go back to the action now. Excellent insight from Johnson. If you just stand by for a few more minutes, we'll perhaps get you to talk through, after the event, exactly what you saw of the pilots and how they went through the course. So we're going to be going back now to, this is task number 2 in the racing teams here this morning. We're live, and it's going to be Team Spain coming in for their second run any time now. Yeah. Thanks, Geordie. Second mistake of the day. Of course, we've had Team Spain, and they went swimming. Okay. It's a badge of honor because you become a member of the Bornos Swimming Club. So Team Spain went first, and we're now on with Team Poland. Current world champion Bartosz Nowicki, Severin Sobczak, and Michał Palas in the PL. So I'll be asking Johnson to look on and then to give some technical analysis afterwards. But let's describe what's happening. Johnson has the privilege of looking over his shoulder and watching it live if he wants to, because it's only 40 or 50 meters away from us, or some yards. But here we go. Let me talk you through as we come with pilot number 1 into the start gate. Beautiful control as he skims the water, and time is on. Remember, this is course beta now. So he goes immediately to his right for a clockwise turn, and then to the opposite pylon for an anti-clockwise turn. Up to the far end of the course for another anti-clockwise turn. Bit slow there. Johnson will fill us in with what's gone wrong just then. But back to the center pylon and this G-inducing turn around the middle. Going a little wide and back through the start-finish. Looking for pilot 2. How was the crossover? Pretty tight if you ask me. And course beta, different from the first task, of course. Nicely round pylon 2. Up to the far corner for anti-clockwise pylon 3, and then back to the center. And out the finish gate, looking for that all-important crossover. And that seems to be absolutely perfect to me from Team Poland. This is Bartosz, current world champion, as his wingtip stays barely above the water. Just the last turn around the center, incredibly tight on the entry, a little wider on the exit, and he needs to control as he goes out the finish gate. Good stuff from Team Poland. And we go to dice.flights to look at the live time. But Johnson, tell me what you saw.
On that second competitor, one of the things that I tell people to listen to is the engine noise is kind of the heartbeat of the course, and you can learn so much from what he's doing. I believe what was happening around the second to last pylon turn, where we heard him drop the engine for a split second, was he didn't quite have the line he wanted. Most likely he didn't hit the speed bar timing exactly when he wanted to stay level. So with that, now you're going to have a bit of excess speed and energy. So what you need to do is either not do anything and you're going to balloon up, or you drop power so you start subtracting energy from yourself. That let him stay level with that last pylon. Lost him a little bit of time because the engine is going to push you through tighter turns, but when you have to choose between the lesser of two evils, you're going to figure out the one that keeps you more in control, that you're comfortable doing.
Okay, so if you're perhaps not a paramotor pilot or not a slalom pilot, speed bar means speed. Why isn't it out the whole time?
Speed bar means speed. So the thing about most racing is that you want to be fast in the straights and tight in the corners. And often that means you're actually, for race cars, for example, you're slowing down in the corners because if you come in at 100 miles an hour, 160 if you're from the rest of the world, you'll break traction. But for us, actually, let's think of it a different way. When you're flying straight, that's nice and easy to think about. When you're turning, for us, our wings are actually pointed drastically to the side, 89 degrees to the side, sometimes more if you're kind of coming high around a pylon. So if you think about what you want to do, if you want to climb as fast as possible for a short moment, you go full power and slam your brakes, and that would pop you up. Because paraglider, both your brakes at the same time, that's pitch control. But when you're sideways, your pitch control now pulls you sideways as hard as possible. So that means when you're coming in from a straight, you're using all your speed, you're dumping into your speed bar. That gives you a huge amount of lift, dumping all your speed energy into a lift control that pops you in. And then additionally, you're using all of your brakes to slam as hard as possible. Your wing pulls you in what we normally would think of as up. But in that case,
it's all sideways now.
Up is sideways, up is the pylon, and it brings you so close to the pylons.
Yeah, so I'm an airplane pilot, I'm an aerobatic pilot, and if you're flying at 90 degrees, so wing pointing skyward and down to the ground, the control now is in the tail. So what you're describing is exactly that. If you're flying sideways, you can't use both at the same time because you're going to be going in towards the pylon. You're looking at going left or right by using one side of the canopy instead.
Correct. So it's a little bit less nuanced for us, thankfully, maybe not thankfully, because we only have our two axes of control. We have our hands, which we can do asymmetrically or symmetrically. But that usually means that in the pylon, when you slice it at kind of a curving diagonal up or down, that's sort of something that you wrote for yourself a second earlier when you said, okay, I'm going to roll myself to this angle and then I'm going to pop.
Okay, perfect, Johnson. Well done. We've got the green flag now for race number 3, which is the Czech Republic. Time for Team Poland is 1 minute 33, but as we watch the Czechs going around the course, that's round pylon 1 and anti-clockwise through 2, up to the top right-hand corner. Getting myself wrong this morning. Too busy talking to Johnson and learning all about paramotoring. This is Team France, of course. And out the start-finish gate. So their last crossover was ideal. It looks like it's another good crossover. Centimetres from the surface of the water as they go through second pylon. Off to the top right-hand side, pulling wide for pylon 3. Johnson will be updating me as to exactly what went wrong there. But around the centre pylon and out the finish as we wait for the trike pilot of the 3. It looks to me to be Boris from France. Amazing shots there from the media team. Through pylon 3. And then this is going to pull some G's as we go round the centre pylon. And out the finish. Excellent. So we've got 1 minute 33 from Team Poland. And we go to dice.flights to the live scoring for Team France. So dice.flights, look for our competition, 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship. And this is the RCT, Racing Teams category, task number 2. Johnson, how was France?
That team, was that France or Czech?
France.
That was France. Yeah. That second pilot, that last turn was actually kind of a perfect reflection of exactly what we were just talking about. So we had a really nice straight exit from the close 2 pylons to the entry gate, and then most of the time you're curving between 2 pylons. This one, we had a perfectly straight shot by the pilot. Wing was nice and level, and then we rocked over to the left, and you saw just a perfect amount of tip, roll to the left, dump bar, and you had a 90-degree lined up, exactly 89-degree turn to the pylons. That was very well done.
Okay, you get a thumbs up from Johnson. Yeah, we are getting ourselves in a bit of a muddle. And I apologise to everybody, including Johnson. That was Team Czech, and the score is in 1 minute 23. So Team Czech miles in the lead by 10 seconds. Team Czech 1:23, and then Poland 1:33. So busy here in the commentary booth that we're not paying enough attention, but we will do from now on, I promise you. Team France coming up. This is definitely Team France. I can see the team assistant Mathieu there on the left-hand side helping with the competitors. They're allowed official help in the takeoff deck from registered team members, team assistants. And yes, I promise you that definitely is Team France this time round. Off they go to the waiting area. They'll form a pattern. They'll have decided among themselves which way they'll fly. So it may be they all fly clockwise or they all fly anti-clockwise. And once they're all in the air, we've just got a minor problem here with one of the foot launch pilots. Yeah, that's Cyril Planton from France. Cyril here actually a member of the husband and wife team. Cyril and Morgane Planton, his wife. Morgane, the current world champion. But Cyril himself, no slow coach. 7th in the world in 2023, 7th in the world in 2024. And in pretty much every single task so far this week, he's come 7th. So that must be his lucky number. And Team France going to comprise of Jérémy Pénon in foot launch, Cyril Planton in foot launch, and then probably Boris Tisbayer in the trike, but it may well be Gaëtan as well. So remember, we've got this reserve pilot system where you can have 4 paramotors in the air, and it may be that one of the pilots has an error of some sort, in which case the second reserve pilot who will be shadowing him can take over and complete the course instead. It's treated a bit like a single pilot race, but there's actually got 3 people in it. So it starts when the first goes in and finishes when the third comes out. But any penalties acquired by any member of the team will go for the whole team. And if one person does something so heinous that he is disqualified, and of course the whole team is disqualified. And as you saw with Team Spain, they decided to go for a swim instead because it's such a beautiful day. That impacts clearly on the whole team, and they score 0 in that task. So Team 4, I promise this is definitely Team France. And we're watching Cyril as he just gets ready. Last checks. Harness okay. Lines okay. Looking to Mathieu, the team assistant, for the last thumbs up. Headspace okay. And a few steps, full power, and we're airborne. So he will now go and join his 3 other teammates in the waiting area as we look to this round 2 of the racing teams here in Bornos in Spain. We're live. It's 5 to 10 local time on Friday morning. Conditions are absolutely perfect, just the lightest of wind. Just enough to create some wave on the surface of the water to avoid any mirror effect. And we wait very, very impatiently indeed for the start of Team France in round 2 of 3 rounds this morning. I can hear the French team in the air. I can hear one on full throttle, so here we go. As they gain maximum speed coming in through the start-finish gate. A quick right-hand turn to the first pylon and a clockwise turn, and then a figure-8 pattern to second pylon, anti-clockwise turn. Staying on the same side of the pylon for another anti-clockwise turn. And then the G-inducing 360 round the finish. What about the crossover? There's a gap. There's a delay. Oh, it's tiny, but it might be significant. As France piling on the pressure. Carrying a throttle in their hands, they will be squeezing the throttle for the maximum power possible. This looks like Jérémy going round to the fourth pylon. Speed making him go a little wide, but he's doing okay. He needs to go through the finish gate at the prescribed height, and a beautiful crossover there, coming into Boris Tispeyer in the PL class. Fighting the wing as he gains maximum speed round the pylon. Low and close to the water. It's going to be over in the blink of an eye. Allez la France. Just a little bit of correction in the end and out of the gate. So time to beat 1 minute 23.4. They're the French supporters with the bunting, with the tricolore. I think I can hear La Marseillaise from the corner. No, I can't. I'm making it up. Yep, they're happy. And let's see what Johnson made of that.
That was great. I saw just the amount of personality I know from each of the pilots. I believe that was Jeremy Pannone, Cyril, and Gaetan flying, which I can tell partially because I'm guessing at their wing colors, but each of those pilots has such a unique style. Jeremy flying is so bombastic, so fast, so energetic. And Gaetan, he's kind of like more of the surgical guy on the trike side. So it's amazing watching Team France fly every time.
So it's tricky for us here in the commentary because we don't have a start list as to who is actually going to fly, and they've got 4 in the air. So it may be they decide in the air who's going to be flying, and we've got absolutely milliseconds to try and bring it to you. So it's good that we've got Johnson, who knows these pilots. You've been around them for many years, haven't you? Flying with them all over the world.
That is true. Yeah, I have great memories of flying with Cyril and then going to ride camels in the desert with him in Qatar. Jeremy has been, I think he was one of the first pilots I actually met when I traveled to Bornos for the first time. So I remember him realizing his English was limited, realizing my French was even more limited, and just sharing a drink and a meal at El Chiringuito in front of Camp Bornos, and just, you know, making fun of each other for the wings we fly, the usual pylon stuff.
Let me put you on the spot. Who do you think's in the lead?
Of the current countries that have raced?
Yeah, so we've had France, Czech, Poland, Spain. Who's leading the lead? Who's in the top of the leaderboard?
Ooh, because you asked that question, is Czech Republic in the first?
Yep, absolutely. So France posting 1:23.8, but Team Czech 1:23.4. So 0.4 of a second between those two. And maybe we picked up on the very, very slightly long crossover on the French team, and that may well have cost them the vital 0.4 of a second to put them into second place. So currently in the leaderboard, Team Czech 1:23.4, Team France 1:23.8, and then Team Poland in 1:33. Not your first time in Bornos then, Johnson?
Correct. This, I believe, will be my 4th time in Bornos, and I have to count to figure out if that includes a couple of little training camps.
And you mentioned Qatar last year. What happened there?
Oh, Qatar was great. That was such a beautiful event to witness and be part of.
So this was the 6th World Paramotor Slalom Championships, actually run by the same organising team that we have here this week, headed up by Kamil Manchowski. But we're going to have to go back to the action because I can see that the starting marshal is flying his green flag. And we are Team Qatar. This is definitely Team Qatar. The familiar tone of the Sky engines. And tight round 1 and 2, all the way down the course 2-3. This is incredibly quick. How are we going to manage with the 4th turn? Super tight on the entry, going wide with the exit because of the excess speed. Needing to control now and getting through. And an absolutely ideal crossover. Maybe even too good, but we'll need to check. Into pylon number 2. Look at the speeds. Round 3 and just the one last pylon to go. So pilot number 3 will be lining up ready to go. What about the crossover? Not too bad. A little bit of a delay, but pretty good if you ask me. Qatar have been here for a while now in Bornos, and they have been training. And it's surely going to give them the edge this week. Just a correction there as they need to get through to pylon 3. Team Qatar watching keenly by. I can see team leader Saeed fixed to the action. And out we go of the gate. So back to dice.flights as Team Qatar looks on. Big claps, big smiles. They think they've done okay. Johnson, how do you think they did?
Noticing a lot for these pilots, and I personally have trouble with this as well, is that last pylon. Before the last pylon, you are on speed bar, off speed bar, on speed bar, off speed bar so quickly, and it's a core workout, and it's a lot of coordination between the big muscles of your legs and then the little things that you're doing with your hands and arms. But after the last pylon, you're on the final straight. You're on the drag race home, and that's when you usually want to just slam speed bar as hard as possible. Almost slide out of your seat, slide forward, and get yourself leaning forward.
You're talking about core muscles. It looks easy. Surely it's not difficult on the body.
I have a massage scheduled for when I get home. Let's put it that way.
Is it tough?
It can be. It definitely wears you out more than you think. The speed bar is a big muscle that you push with. Thankfully, you're used to standing with your legs, but if anyone's ever done 100 squats in one session, they'll kind of get an idea that, oh yeah, it builds up quickly, especially since it's not just up, down, up, down. It's, you need bar now. Oh, you need to be off bar now. You need bar even faster the next time. The speed that you need is the control that you get. And same thing, when you're flying around the pylons, you're trying to be as tight as possible, so you are basically doing a pull-up around every turn if you're trying to fly tight.
Okay, scores are in. This is round 2 of the racing teams. 2 rounds out of 3 we're going to be running this morning. And the time to beat for Qatar was 1:23.4. And they've done it. 1 minute, 21.328 seconds. That's Qatar winning round number 2. Team from Czech Republic second with 1 minute 23.4. But just a whisker behind in third place, Team France with 1 minute 23.8. Going to form, do you think, Johnson?
You know, I have interesting guesses on what parts of the course gave Qatar the advantage there.
Go for it.
So, as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that you really want to listen to is just the sound of the engines going around the course. And one of the things Qatar did well is they all hit their 90-degree rolls on the pylons really tight, and you can hear each one of them was blasting full power extremely nicely.
So the perfect round is full throttle the whole way around?
So, going back to flying straight, if you're flying straight, the more power you have, the faster you climb up. When you're flying sideways, up is tighter sideways. So when you are perfectly lined up with the pylon, then the more power you have, the more power you get to blast, the tighter you're going to have as a radius around that pylon, on top of pushing your brake and using every bit of wing energy you have.
Phew, I'm glad I'm sitting in this chair. Wow, thanks, Johnson. So we are live here in Bornos in southern Spain, in the region of Andalusia. It's Friday morning. We're live at 2 minutes past 10 at the official FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We're with the racing teams this morning for one more round. So far we've had rounds 1 and 2 of racing team, both won by Team Qatar. So they both get 1 point each for their win. So they're currently on 2 points and are in the lead, followed by Team Czech and then Team France. And we are straight into it with round number 3. Remember, Spain had a bit of a dip, so we'll just wait for confirmation of the next competitors. So, Johnson, personal question. Are you a member of the Bornos Swimming Club?
Not in an FAI certified way.
So that's a yes then.
That is. We had a little training camp here. I had the pleasure of flying with Alex Mateos, Marie Mateos, and also Miguel from Portugal. And unfortunately, I can blame Lufthansa for this one because I showed up to Bornos, and one of the big challenges with traveling and flying internationally is that airlines hate gasoline. So paramotor engines are hard to get. But actually that year it wasn't even the engine. That was just a standard luggage delay. There was a general strike going on in Germany. All my luggage was delayed, so I showed up in Bornos with nothing but a pair of dress shoes virtually and a helmet. So it was unfamiliar equipment, borrowed wing, borrowed motor.
I was like, what has dress shoes got to do with you swimming? But okay.
Yeah, I did not have the shoes I normally want to fly with, so speed bars flopping all over the place, slipping on takeoff, slipping on landing. It was a mess.
So clearly it's not a welcome thing, but was it a big drama with you?
For the
For your
swim
splash?
It was intense. I tell people there's no time to be scared because there's a lot of water that you have to deal with. But thankfully, the Paco with the rescue boat was on me in less than 30 seconds.
And we've been watching it this morning with Team Spain. Yes, they get to you within 10 or 15 seconds. You're out of the water. How long does it take you to get back into the air?
It depends on how good of a job you can do with cleanup. So assuming nothing's crazy wrong, usually it's a swap propeller, maybe it's a cage piece, and then you need an hour to run the engine upside down, dump all the water out, flood all the nooks and crannies with gasoline and oil and lubricant, make sure there's no water hiding in any pockets, and then get it up to temperature and burn the rest of the water off.
But usually, bit of a cleanup and you're back in the air, yeah?
Yep. It's amazing how fast we can get back in the air. And the engines like to stay hot.
Of course they do. And dry. Brilliant, Johnson. Excellent insight. Thanks very much indeed. We're coming back now to the action. And I can hear over on my left-hand side the competition director, Kamil, shouting, "Green!" in his accented English. Kamil being Polish, of course. So it looks as though Spain is taking a break with their swimming lesson earlier on this morning, so we're going to be on with Team Poland. Great shots there from Miki, the handheld cameraman, as the first of the Polish competitors, Michał Palos, comes into the course. We're now running a new pattern, which is pattern Gamma. And slower but steadier progress. This is now a 5-pylon pattern. So increasing the difficulty, increasing the length of the course, making it all the more difficult. And as Johnson was saying, it's extremely hard on the body, and these pilots have already flown 2 tasks in quick succession. Brilliant crossover there from Team Poland. So they're going to be feeling the effects as they go round the far pylon. They then need to come back to the near pylon on the bottom side, around the center pylon in a clockwise direction, back to the bottom left pylon in a clockwise direction. Of course, we're at the 3 o'clock view now with the drone. Off to the far right and an anti-clockwise direction, and then through to the finish gate. Much, much more difficult now with 5 pylons. More turns, so less straight line speed. Really, really good crossover there from Poland. And this is Bartosz, world number 1, showing the rest of us how it's done. Look how tight the turn is. And as Johnson says, listening into the engine, it has been full throttle, but then just a little correction as he goes around this, the final pylon. We're looking through the finish gate to the next pilot. And we're finished. Beg your pardon, we're finished. Getting too exciting. And there we have all the competitors from Team Poland and all the other competitors as well, cheering them on. Flags waving, spirits are high. An amazing atmosphere here in Bornos in Andalusia for this, the official 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Delighted to say, still got Johnson with me, so while you're still here, Johnson, what do you think?
Bartosz is such a textbook example.
Amazing, isn't it?
The straightest line between 2 points is the shortest line between 2 points is a straight line, and he demonstrates this in altitude control remarkably well. It's impressive to watch, and it's fun to watch because he's always centimeters away from the water on his wingtip. But if you're just looking at his exact average altitude, he's always level. He's entering the course level. He's barely ballooning between turns. And if you have the choice between going from point A to point B or point A to over point B, the diagonal of over point B is going to be longer.
How does he manage the height control?
I don't know. He's a gangster.
What are the techniques that are needed to maintain standard height control.
One of the things he was teaching me earlier in one of the courses I was asking for
He's
advice.
a gangster. I'm sorry, that's a great comment. Keep going.
He thought a lot about the spacing between two pylons. And for me, I'm mostly just thinking about entry points. But he's thinking about, okay, yeah, the distance between two pylons is really short in the amount of time you're going to have to get on speed bar. So he's thinking, okay, yeah, this pylon is going to be a fast rollover. So we're transitioning from one sweeping right turn, boom, straight to the left. And then the next one, you might say, okay, we're coming out of this left turn. Now we're flatten out, get on bar. So he's extremely discreet in all those phases where you have bang left, bang right, bang left, straight, nail it. And he's very meticulous about thinking about where he needs to be on every single turn.
So he and Jeremy Penon from France, they're locked in battle. Are their styles completely different, or are they very similar?
I wouldn't say they have completely different styles, because in my opinion, from where I'm sitting in the rankings, their styles are good. But they do have dramatically different styles.
From your lowly position of being a world-class athlete here, don't do yourself down.
World enthusiast.
So Bartosz sometimes just has one foot on the speed bar. What's that about?
That I haven't noticed that much. I'm completely guessing here, but in the early days, you push speed bar, you use both feet, and you think, okay, this is how I use speed bar, and this is all it's good. But as you start to fly these huge motors, you're doing all kinds of contortion. So one thing we haven't talked about is weight shift. And weight shift match with the torque of the motor. So all these motors are cranking out 40 something plus horsepower, and therefore they're twisting you hard to one side. And often what you're doing is you're using your body weight shifted to the other side to compensate for that as hard as possible, even more when you're trying to maneuver and do a hard right turn.
Yeah, so
with that, sometimes the
propeller is going one way. So say it's going clockwise behind you or anti-clockwise behind you. That's going to create a torque. So what you're talking about is you're countering the torque of the propeller, yeah?
Correct. So you counter the torque as best you can with your body shifting your weight to the opposite side from your propeller. And with that, sometimes postures get weird. Sometimes one leg is going to be the one doing the action on the speed bar.
Does it help to have your weight as low as possible in the harness?
I feel like that might be pilot preference. It's hard to tell where your weight sits, especially since, all the pilots I visit, I'm always shocked of, all the little differences that we have adjusted in our harnesses. So for example, I had to tell Lubush that he needed to eat a hamburger the other day because I didn't realize he was actually lighter than me. And I've been setting up my harness similar to him, so I need to reconsider who I'm copying in the field.
Okay, we could talk for hours on that one, but I've seen the green flag going through. So we'll go back to now Team Czech Republic for this round 3 of racing teams at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Championships. This is course Gamma. So we go to the far pylon, take an anti-clockwise turn. Near pylon, take a clockwise turn. Off to the middle and go nearly all the way around. And then to top left as we're looking, and a clockwise turn. Off to top right and an anti-clockwise turn. And then a sprint to the finish, which will be over on the left-hand side. So pilot 1 safely through. All the crossover looked to be a little bit too quick, so we'll have to check for penalties afterwards. But height, that important. Away, looking like a bit of a wobble, but that height control looking good up until that point. Around the middle pylon, off to the top left corner, away to the top right corner. And then sprint to the finish. And are they going to have a good crossover this time? Yes, a lot more cautious this time round. And the trike pilot Milan Clément from Czech Republic in the course now. Carrying more weight because they've got a trike. And generally just a smidgen slower. Off to the top left, away to the top right. And then full power on the afterburners. Staying low, getting through the finish gate, and time off. So we had a bit of a correction mid-turn. How's that going to affect the balance?
It has equal parts the mental and kind of aerodynamic. So whenever you hit a little piece of turbulence or a miscorrection to going in, it always throws you off for just a split second, and you have to catch yourself, correct, and that throws you off more than probably puts you off course. But obviously, when we're this close to the water and this close to the pylons, every little bit matters. So you're doing both at the same time.
So you said, graciously, you admitted that you've enjoyed swimming in a lake here, and it's quick. I mean, is there anything you can do when you feel it going wrong that you can correct when you're at these speeds and these heights above the water?
We have seen a good number of pretty benign, this is what everyone doesn't pay attention to, that we have a lot of benign collapses where pilots will take a wing flapper, fly straight, stay on power, basically wait for the wing to do its job. We have a great number of designers in the world these days that know how to get the wings to open up quickly and come back. And a lot of them, they fly away. It's only the more dramatic ones, like we saw the Czech pilot the other day that almost went upside down. Those are a little bit harder to help yourself when you say, okay, yeah, the wing's open, but now I'm upside down and facing the water.
So I'm conscious we've got some non-paramotor pilots here, or perhaps some who haven't got much experience. Wing flapper, what's one of those?
So I guess that's a gentle term for a collapse. So there's a couple reasons that this can happen. Primarily, it's when we're flying this fast, we are moving the center of pressure on our wings very far forward, and that increases the loading in that area, which allows the wing to have a faster speed while keeping the pressure where you mostly want it, which is keeping the front up. But when we have pockets of air, or we introduce something like a bad input from your brakes, that might create a second area of pressure, and that can interfere with the one at the front, causing the front of that wing to actually get some air pressure into the top and collapse and fold downwards.
And a recovery from that would be what?
Recovery from that is aviate as best you can, steer as best you can with the remainder of your wing. Power in the slalom course does help because it's pushing you forward and maintaining that airflow. And then these wings, they have their own job. Their job is to port pressure from the good side remaining portion of the wing to the wingtip that's flapping and get that pump back out and hopefully get you flying back in an orientation and altitude that is healthy for you.
Yeah, because these wings are an incredible piece of technical engineering, aren't they? I've been involved in this sport now for more than 20 years watching, and the development in technology over that time is quite astounding. So what's your day job, Johnson?
My day job is I'm an engineering consultant.
So are you interested in the design of wings? Is that something you might get into?
I do get a little bit of cross-pollination from a couple of my clients that are actually in aerospace. So I have a few colleagues I work with that they have multiple banks of knowledge of aerospace that I am highly enjoying.
Excellent. Thanks, Johnson. We're back in the action now. This is round 3 of racing teams. Team France. Cutting corners and threatening to knock the pylons over. It's okay to touch the pylon, but you're not allowed to knock them over. They're quite precious. And safety through. What about the crossover? Yes, it's looking absolutely perfect. Listen out for the engine sound as we are full speed, full throttle all the way around. Going wide because of the excess speed. Off to top left, away to top right. Got a little high, but going to convert that now into speed as you need to control your height above water. So lost a little bit of speed just then. And again, a little bit of speed gone with the slightly delayed crossover. And the third member of the team, the obligatory trike member of the team. So we've swapped anyway, and just about talking about collapses. This is Boris Tispayer from France, choosing to prioritize safety over everything else, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But he does come back and complete the course. So let's go straight over. Johnson, what happened there?
As we just talked about, we don't appreciate just how big these wings are. So that was a
But you've only got 2 axes of control, and you've only got 2 hands and a pair of feet. It can't be that difficult, surely.
It can't be that difficult. However, your hands are doing a lot of things because most pilots these days are flying either 2D steering or Alex Mateos steering, which is you either have your tips and your inner brake control in one hand and you're kind of modulating left-right to control it, or you're doing Alex Mateos steering where you have tip steering from the bottom, pushing up gets you solo tip, pulling down gets you main brake, and then pulling sideways gets you the confluence of both.
So if you don't know, Alex Mateos, part of the Alex and Marie Mateos super team, both former champions in their own right, running a company now called McFly out of France. This is what you're talking about, isn't it?
Correct. And Alex Mateos is former 7. Actually, let me tell a different story. I mentioned, he posted a great little short video of him dropping some medals on his cabinet that had just a shattering clank of so many medals.
I hope it was strong.
And then I talked to him. I told the story at Bad Apples when he was actually there. And he says, those were only the important medals.
Yeah. Alex, an incredible competitor over many, many years. Former world champion. Had the pleasure of seeing him in Qatar last year where he was just pipped. We had a slightly different format last year where we had knockout stages. And Alex, in my opinion, was leading throughout the week. But just as it mattered, just in the final, Bartosz Nowitzki just pipped him to the post and is current world champion. And Alex had already taken the decision to retire from world racing, having had many, many years of great success. And he and Marie now are concentrating on their business, McFly, and delivering wings. And we have some McFly-sponsored pilots here as well. We miss Alex, don't we?
We do.
And Marie, for that matter.
And Echo, their dog.
And Echo the dog. Okay, thanks very much, Johnson. We come back to this, the final round now in racing teams. It's been going incredibly quickly this morning. We started at 9 o'clock. It's now 21 minutes past 10 here, local time in Spain. Welcome. This is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, the official World Championships as governed by the International Federation for Air Sports, the FAI. We're in Bornos in southern Spain. If you know where Malaga is and Seville, we're on a line between the two. On this, the beautiful lake of Bornos. It's an artificial lake, it's a reservoir, and it is the ideal spot for paramotor slalom competition. Bornos has its own microclimate. We think it's because of the lake, and it's perfect conditions here as we come now for the last team of the racing teams here today. This is Team Qatar. So for one last time this morning, let's sit back and watch this amazing footage as the world's best pilots navigate round the dice, the number 5 dice of pylons. So a little bit of a correction there from the engine note, but now we're full throttle again and going through. Look for the crossover. Is a delay. Oh, there's quite a delay, a lifetime in this sport. Is that going to impact on the final score? Qatar were easy winners of round 2. So is that going to make a difference here in round number 3? Very, very tight indeed on the entry to the centre pylon. Off to top left, away for anti-clockwise top right. And full guns blazing to the finish. Must stay low, below the height of the pylons. Coming in for third pylon, he's going to be Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar, current world number 2, having finished second in the world last year in Qatar. Showing the rest of us exactly how it's done. Going wide to pull in tight. Doing the figure 8. Again, tight in but wide out this time and needs to stay in control. Team Qatar watching on from the shoreline and they think it's good. Throwing flags in the air, walking away. The Saeed in the middle, the team leader. He looks happy as they regroup and we all look to dice.flights and 7 WPSC for the championship. And while we watch these stunning slow motion pictures from the media production company KTM, Johnson, give me your view on what just happened then.
I think that is going to be tight between Qatar and Czech. Qatar had a few seconds of changeover. Czech had a very solid run. I'm curious to see what the score is going to show.
Scores are in. In third place, with 1 minute 49, is Team Poland. In second place, with 1 minute 37.540, is Team Czechia. So the winners of this, the third round, with 1 minute 36.503, is Team Qatar. Johnson, what have you got to say to the Qatari team?
That was an amazing job, Qatari team. That was technically around every single corner, just beautiful sound and picture, so they earned that one.
So the way I see it is Team Qatar came first in round 1, first in round 2, and first in round 3. I think that makes them the winners. Second place, coming third, second, and second, is Team Czechia. And third, because of the slight mishap with Boris, you say it's a mishap, but actually it's a great save from a collapse. Second, third, and sixth, they came in third with 11 points. And fourth, Team Poland with 12 points. And then fifth, Team Spain with 26. Johnson, some last few thoughts.
It is exciting watching racing teams, and I'm equally excited to be able to just sit on the side, relax for a hot second, and watch the timing and just the best pilots of the countries fly. But also, it really makes you want to try that and get in the relay race yourself.
So you've got, what, free afternoon, going to go for a bit of a swim, some sunbathing? What are you up to later on
Hopefully
today?
not, no. Right now, we have about 25 minutes before we're going to start individual tasks again for PL1. And if we're lucky and the weather holds, we're going to continue on with PF1 individual tasks. So my armor is on. I'm going to go get ready.
Your armor is on. Why are you wearing armor?
So a lot of us like to have chest protectors, back protectors, rib protectors for a variety of reasons. Starting at the ribs, it's uncomfortable to have a broken rib. And oftentimes what happens is that you have an impact and you're going to get thrown into your swing arms, which are around your rib level. So something to cushion against that is helpful. And then additionally, hitting the water at, what is it again, 100 kilometers per fortnight, it's hard.
It's 13 fluid ounces per pint, isn't it?
14 smoots per kilo metric. Yes.
You funny Americans.
Hitting the water is hard. Hitting the water, it can cause a lot of shock to your system, especially your spinal cord. Anything that you want to wear to protect yourself from that is probably a good idea.
But thankfully, it's very rare. We had a splash this morning, but we didn't have any yesterday or the day before. And we've had no injuries this week, and we certainly expect that to continue into the future. Johnson, it has been an utter pleasure. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Good luck with the rest of the flying this afternoon. Currently lying where in the PF class?
I believe I am currently holding 18th place.
So if we go to dice.flights and you navigate through 7WPSC, which is our championship here, the 7th World FAI Paramotor Slalom Championships, and Johnson is competing in the PF class, the Paramotor Foot Launch class, and we look down the list, and he's actually 15th, Johnson.
Oh, when did that happen?
15th.
That's good news to me.
You're way too modest. Very many congratulations. May you keep that place or go even higher. Big smile on Johnson's face.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for having me, and thank you for everything you're doing in the stream. It's been quite a delight to watch.
And we thank you very much for your insight and your fantastic knowledge. Thanks, Johnson. Great stuff as Johnson walks away. And he will be going back to the team tent and getting ready for his flight later on this morning. So we're going to take a bit of a break. The RCT, the racing teams, have been going at it furiously this morning. So we're going to give them a break of about 20 to 25 minutes, and we'll be coming back with the PL class, the Paramotor Land Trike class, in about 20 or so minutes' time. So until then, I'm going to go and find myself a cup of coffee, and we'll see you later. Welcome back to the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos in the region of Andalusia in sunny southern Spain. We are on day 4 of the World Championships and we're heading for the PL class, the Paramotor Land Trike class. This will be their 6th task, I believe, and we are using the design RAM today. RAM, so through the start gate to the center pylon, take a counterclockwise turn to the bottom right pylon, a clockwise turn to the top right pylon, and then a long stretch all the way down to the bottom left pylon with top speed, maximum G round the anti-clockwise turn up to the top left pylon, clockwise turn, and then through to the finish. So using all 5 pylons, increasing with the difficulty, and for this the 4th day of competition. And we expect to have more flying tomorrow morning in the individual classes. But all to play for, as the top of the leaderboard is extremely tight indeed. And we are working in reverse championship order today. So we have the least fast, or come on then, the slowest, starting first, working through to the fastest competitors this week at the end of the start list. So the current leaderboard is headed by the Qatari Ibrahim Hussein in first place, but closely followed by Boris Tispayer of France and then Václav Prochaska from Czech Republic. Ibrahim performing absolutely brilliantly this week with first, second, first, second so far in the top 5. But we skip over to the action now with competitor number 53, Pablo Marino from Spain. Flying a 20-meter Gin Falcon 2 and powered by a Polini Thor 202 engine. Gives me time to catch my breath and welcome you all to the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos. Delighted to have you with us. We're live. It's 10:53 a.m. here in Spain local time, so that's Central European time. Conditions are pretty much perfect. Absolute blue skies. Very, very light wind indeed. Just enough to break the surface of the water to negate the mirror effect as we watch Pablo Marino from Spain complete his course through the finish gate and a solid score. Welcome if you're just joining us. Absolute delight to be here in Bornos this week for 5 complete days of action in the Elite World Championships. My name's Rob. I'm actually the jury president here this week, member of the international jury. Should something go wrong or should a decision need to be made on a protest or a complaint, then I'm here along with my counterparts Henny Brink from South Africa and Tibor Tolt from Hungary. We make up the international jury. But I've been asked to moonlight and to describe what's going on to you here this week, to try to bring to life these amazing shots from the media team here in Bornos so that you can watch from around the world. Number 55, Thibaut from France, currently lying 17th out of 18. So it'll be round the center pylon and then down to the corner pylon for a clockwise turn. So a little bit haphazard. As you see the competitors go through down the start list, you will see the fine control that's needed on the controls of the wing, the risers, and also the throttle itself. Maybe the top few competitors will be pulling controls to the maximum but generally it's a question of balance between full and zero, or pulling the control a certain amount and then balancing that out with engine power in order to maintain as constant a height as possible over the water, which translates into maximum speed. So we have an official scoring website this week. If you head over to dice.flights, DICE.flights, that's competitor number 49. That's Abdulrahman Mohammed from Qatar getting last minute talks before he prepares to take off. So dice.flights, look for our competition, 7 WPSC 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And we're currently following the PL category, that's the Paramotor Land Plane, to give it its official title, or trikes as we call it. A 3-wheeled lightweight chassis, calling them trikes. And we have another local pilot, number 52, Oscar from Spain. Currently 16th. Coming through the start-finish now and heading for the centre pylon. He will need to turn anti-clockwise. Almost a 270 turn, going to the far right pylon in the screen. And a clockwise turn around that pylon. Going quite wide, you can hear him controlling the engine. He'll have a squeeze lever in his hand. And as he squeezes that lever, so he increases the throttle of the engine. And you can hear him correcting. If you apply full power, you will climb. So you need to balance the power of the engine with control of the wing in order to stay as low as possible. So he goes to pylon number 4, and this will need to be an anti-clockwise turn. All the way up to the pylon on the far right-hand side of your screen at the moment for a clockwise turn. And then a dash to the finish. Quite a correction needed. He needs to go through the start-finish gate under the height of the top of the pylon, so he's just having to feather off the throttle to make sure that happens, and then as he's through, so you hear him accelerate and climb away. So he will now need to come and land. This is the takeoff and landing deck, the green here. So Oscar will need to make his way only the 50 or so meters back to the landing deck, and I have the privilege of looking over my shoulder now, and I can see him making his approach as he comes into land. And only when he lands does his score count, because he has to be safely back on the deck in order to score some points. So on dice.flights, scores are in, with Oscar on 1 minute 26, currently in 3rd place. Then his counterpart Pablo from Spain, 1 minute 13, but clearly in the lead at the moment, with a time of 48.6 seconds is Thibaut from Team France. This is an absolutely stunning part of southern Spain. Wonderful scenery, and today we've got just the most perfect weather. Number 50, Mika Virolainen from Finland. Currently running 15th. Generously sponsored by a number of Finnish companies, and you can see the name of his main sponsor there on his wing. Nico organises events back home in Finland. He's a policeman, but he used to be a firefighter. And before that, he was a soldier working on jet aircraft, and was telling me he was lucky enough to have had a few backseat rides in F-18s, being the mechanic on that aeroplane. But here we go. Not quite jet speeds today, but doing extremely well. Needs to avoid hitting the centre pylon, but he's out through the finish in the regulation height. So we have a very sophisticated scoring system here in Bornos this year. It's a speed gun set on the start-finish line, and as you go through the start-finish, so you set off the start and the finish of your time, accurate to 1/1000th of a second. But the speed gun only has a certain height, so you need to get within 9 meters of the water in order to trigger the speed gun. Hence the reason why pilots are having to perhaps control themselves as they come into the finish gate. So there are pictures of the takeoff deck with pilots ready and waiting to go. It's fast and furious here. We have pilots taking off. They then go to a waiting area over on our left-hand side, where they will fly circles until it's their turn to go. They join the waiting area at the top, and then they spiral down to become number 1 in the line, whereupon they receive a green flag from the starting marshal, which is exactly what Lukáš has just received just now. Currently 14th from Czech Republic. Already you can see a much smoother technique, getting quite high there, so he's going to have to throttle off to bring himself back down again. But he's back on track. You can see banking to the near horizontal as he's going around the pylons and safely out. Look at his feet straight ahead in front of him. That's because his feet are connected to a thing called a speed bar, which is normally an aluminium tube these days, connected to the controls of the wing. And as you push on the speed bar with your feet, it changes the profile of the wing, makes the wing a little bit faster, hence the name speed bar. So there'll be the use of the speed bar throughout the course, particularly on the straights, as pilots look to go as fast as they can. Number 49, Abdulrahman Mohammed from Team Qatar. He's allowed to get help. That's no problem at all. This isn't a mechanics competition. This is a flying competition. So there'll be last-second checks. He'll now be looking to the starting marshal, Simon from Poland. And once he gets the green light, he'll be off. But over to 54, Martin, originally from Australia, but now living in Spain for many years. Just been talking to him just now, actually. Extremely competent swimmer. He says, well, I am Australian, must be a good swimmer, I. And he was planning to swim the Strait of Gibraltar, which is, I think, getting on for 18 kilometres, about 11 or so miles. Such is his ability in swimming, but he said to me he is absolutely determined not to go swimming this week. Martin, the team leader of Team Spain, says he's carrying a Bluetooth headset and he was thinking about phoning his mother up as he was going around last time, but no, that's not allowed, Martin. She might give you advice on the way around. Or perhaps tell you you're late for your tea. No, here we go. He's safely around the last of the pylons, so he just needs to go as fast as he can while staying low to the water, which he's doing admirably. And an excellent performance from Martin. Head over to dice.flights. And while we're waiting for Martin's time to be registered, you can see that there's a new leader. Number 57, Lukáš from Czech Republic with 45.044. That's currently the time to beat. With Thibaut in second and Mika in third. Great views of the PL taking off. It's fairly windless today, so the takeoff run is going to be slightly longer than normal. Pilots normally take off into wind, and the oncoming wind helps them get airborne. So with very, very light conditions, the takeoff will be a little bit longer. Great view of the two safety boats. There's the main red safety boat at the bottom of the screen, and also the yellow and grey on the far side. They'll be breaking up the surface of the water, so that number 51, Ramon Morillas, former world champion, enters the course, starting 11th before this task this morning. sponsored by Vitorazzi Motors, one of the main sponsors of this event. And maybe you heard earlier, I had the pleasure of having dinner yesterday with the marketing manager from Vitorazzi, Ramon, and I was able to thank him on behalf of everyone for his generous support to this event. And Ramon very safely through. The Vitorazzi motor performing beautifully as he trades speed for height. Good look at Vaclav, number 47, third in the table, just waiting patiently for his turn. Very, very good organisation this week. The competition's running like clockwork. And that's thanks in no small part to, there's Kaylee. Hey, Kaylee from USA. Thanks in no small part to the organising team. Headed up by Kamil Mantrowski from Poland, but also his chief scorer, Marcin. Scoring assistant, Peter. And not forgetting the chief steward, Simon. 58, Ibrahim from Qatar. "16-meter Dudek Snake 4 with a Sky 150, that familiar tone of the Sky engine. Just a slight correction there as he's going through pylon 4 into pylon 5. I beg your pardon, pylon 3 into pylon 4. This is pylon 5. And straight out the finish. If you've been with us so far this week, you'll know that I'm terrible at making predictions, but it did seem like an extremely fast time for me. The time for Ramon is in. 45.8 puts him in second place so far, pushing Thibaut down to third with 48.6. And Ibrahim goes second with 45.574. So Lukáš from Czech Republic retains his lead at this point. So in first is Czech, second Qatar, and third is Spain. We are halfway through with 18 competitors in the PL class this morning. And we're looking forward to the next competitor, who is currently running 9th in the table. From Poland is Michal Palos. I can hear him over on the waiting area side of the lake. Getting his head right, thinking about the future. There are some cones laid out by the team tent here next to the starting deck, so that competitors can practice going round the cones before they do it for real, because it's all a bit too quick once you're flying. So let's follow along with Michal as he comes in through the start gate. To the center pylon taking an anti-clockwise, to a corner pylon taking a clockwise, up to the far end of the course for an anti-clockwise, all the way down the diagonal for another anti-clockwise, super high Gs, coming in at maybe 90 kilometers an hour, up to the far pylon, the last pylon in the race, number 5. And then stay low, stay fast, stretch the feet out on the speed bar, and a very good flight indeed from Michal. And already we've got the scores up, and predictably Michal goes a long way first, 41.2. Knocking Lukáš with 45.0 down to second, and Ibrahim relegated to third, 45.5. But we are in reverse championship order. So fastest last. '49 Abdul Rahman Mohammed from Qatar. The long stretch down to pylon number 4 as he performs an anti-clockwise. And all the way around to pylon number 5, a figure of 8 pattern. And safely through. So we've had a few splashes this week. We had training days on Sunday and Monday, and then day one, I think the adrenaline took over a bit, and we had quite a number of people go into the water on Tuesday. Pleased to say none on Wednesday and Thursday, but we have had a swimmer this morning. One of the Spanish pilots during the racing team's event earlier on this morning went for a dip, and I was chatting to him just now. He's absolutely fine. He's already cleaned his engine out and is raring to go in the PF class coming up next. But so far so good in the PL class. Nobody getting their toes wet as we go to Milan Clément running 7th in the leaderboard from Czech Republic. A 16-meter Dudek Snake 4. And the incredibly powerful Sky Zeus 344 horsepower engine. Huge roll rate. And full throttle. Feet out. Fighting the urge to climb. And an excellent time for Milan Clément. Quite predictably, knocking a whole just about 6 seconds off the time of Michel Palus in second. So Milan Clément races into the lead with 35.3. Michel second, 41.2. And Abdul Rahman from Qatar, 42.1. So Czech, Poland, Qatar leading the leaderboard at the moment with another 6 pilots to go, as the speeds will continue to increase. All eyes on Yann Ledière from France. Dudek Snake 3, 15 meter. Sizes range all the way down to 13 meter this week. And here we go with the drone follow me shots, which have been so popular this week. We are in the passenger seat as Jan negotiates the pylon. We are feeling the G's with him. We are flying, pushing him along. Using FPV technology, we've got a professional drone operator looking into his goggles and watching the action from only a few meters away, bringing to you at home exactly the emotion, the energy, the adrenaline that these pilots are feeling. 5 more to go in the PL class this morning. Absolutely glorious day here today. Perfect weather conditions, temperatures in the mid-20s, which for me as a Brit, I come from England, I can't believe it's mid-20s at the end of October. And I also can't believe Thomas Golz from France as he comes in 5th as we ride with him on his propeller tips, going left around the centre pylon. Has to go all the way around to the corner where he's going to go right. And then up the long side of the dice to do a left around pylon 3. Gaining huge speed, hitting 80, 90, 95 kilometers an hour, pulling in the Gs, going round pylon 4. Back up the course to do a clockwise turn pylon 5. And here we go through the finish. Stay low. Absolutely amazing shots there. 35.3 to beat. To go ahead of Milan Clément. And he doesn't make it. Thomas goes third place with 40.839. So the leader still with a massive 35.3 is Milan Clément from Czech, followed by Jan in second place and Thomas in third, both from France. Another French pilot. They're currently 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th in this class. So this 4th place, Gaëtan Magnon from Team France, currently 4th. Let's see if he can pick up and go third after this. Right around pylon 2. Up to the far side for a left. Yowzers, close to the pylon. And all the way down the course to another counterclockwise. Tight in the entry, wider in the exit because of the speed. Fantastic control. Staying pretty much the same height over the water the whole time. Getting really close on exit. Super solid performance from Gaëtan. Looking to beat that amazing time from Milan, which he doesn't quite achieve. 35.874. And Milan 35.368. So Milan half a second ahead of Gaëtan at the moment. So we're running Czech, France, France. Milan Clément in first, 35.3. Gaëtan Magnon in second and Jan Ludière in third. We go to third place pilot Vaclav Prochask from Czech Republic. Round the middle, a right-hand turn round number 2. Off to the far corner for a left-hand turn. Down the long. To go left. Cutting in tight and then pulling hard to get round. Up to the last pylon, pretty close to the water there, but he's doing okay. And out we go. Whew, it's getting hot and furious up here. Time to beat 35.3 from Milan. And surprisingly, only managing third place, 37.915, just underlining how amazingly quick Milan's time was, and also gate time, 35.874. Vaclav there 2 seconds slower than the second place. As we head to Boris Tispayer, currently number 3 in the world. Came second in the 2023 World Championships here in Bornos. Doing at least 90 kph as he comes around the corner. Needs to go round this last pylon. Amazing control from Boris as he stands up in his harness to squeeze out the maximum. And rising just as he goes through the finish gate, but it looks to be okay for Boris. So 35.3 to beat. And you won't believe this, Boris also 35, but 0.256, so 1/10 of a second between first and second, and only 5/10 third, so 6/10 between first and third place. But in the lead from France, Boris Tispayer, second place Milan Clément, and third Gaëtan Magnon, as we wait for the last competitor, to be Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar, current world number 2, having finished second in the World Championships last year. Perfect control round the first, just losing a little bit in second, fighting the power of his Sky engine. But nicely round 3. The long drag to 4. Oh, and he's clipped the pylon. Seems to be okay. Just pushing the limit. And successfully through. So we'll see what the scorers make of that. But it may be that that is the fatal mistake to break Ibrahim's control on this competition, because so far he's been the outright winner throughout, but we need to wait to see if there are going to be any penalties applied. But the raw score is that Ibrahim has utterly destroyed his competitors with a time of 32.923, putting him in first place. So provisional scores for the PL class are: in first, Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar, 32.9. In second, Boris Tispayer from France, 35.2. And just 0.1 of a second behind in third, Milan Clément from 3. So that concludes the PL class for the day. And we now move over to what you can see on screen, which is the PF class, the Paramotor foot launched. I was talking about the efficiency of the competition organisers. Already we're on to the first of the PF class. We've 6 pilots from the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, here this week. And they managed to bring 3 paramotors with them. So team leaders have graciously allowed them to break the official start list, with 3 going first and then the other 3 going last, enabling them to share their machines. So we're looking at the first 3 competitors through, going to be the team from UAE, and this is Abdallah Nasser from the United Arab Emirates. So they are out of order. They are just competing 1, 2 and 3 so that they can swap their machines. And then we'll move on to number 30 on the official list, which should be Stefan Fontana. But Abdullah once again safely round and nicely finished. So the PL class is over. Ibrahim Hussein, the winner of task number 6, followed by Boris Tispayer in France, and then Milan Clément in third place. Ibrahim's record so far is first, second, second, first, second, first. Total of 7 points. And then Boris, second, fourth, but that was cancelled on the score deduction system that we're using this week. Another fourth, second, making him in second place with 14 points. And third so far from Czech Republic, Václav Prochaska, third, fifth, sixth, fifth, and sixth. Sorry, I beg your pardon, fifth. Putting him in third place overall on 23. We count all the scores. If you win, you get 1 point. Become second, you get 2. And then the pilot with the lowest number of points at the end of the week ends up being world champion, because these are indeed the official FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships 2025. The 7th time that we've held these championships. As we watch the second pilot from UAE, Kamis, go through the course. Believe me, it does not get better than this. Conditions are utterly perfect. We've had the pure adrenaline of the racing teams this morning. We've skipped through the PL class. And this will be the last task of the day, the PF task. We have a new pattern for the PFs. This is pattern X-ray, again using 5 pylons. It's actually 6 turns because the middle pylon's used twice. But the pattern is go through the start-finish gate, around the centre pylon, down to the bottom right, around that to the bottom left, back to the centre pylon, around to the top left, using the top right, and then the finish. So 5 pylons, 6 turns. It's the most complicated one that we've used so far this week. This is X-ray. If you want to follow using a diagram, go to our official website, 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Look for the local regulations tab, and then you can download the rules that we're all following. And that includes the task catalogue with pictures of all of the different courses. And this is course X-ray. So 7wpsc.com, and the rules and regulations are available there. Third of the UAE pilots, this fantastic drone footage that we have here today. Getting super up close and personal, as you can see just the effort being put in by the pilots. And getting pretty high there on that turn. And you can hear the blip of the throttle as he controls to come below the regulation 9-meter height for the start-finish gate. So to get all of the live scores, go over to our scoring provider this year, is dice.flights, dice.flights with an S. There you can see the live timing. Meanwhile, there's a graphic of the course that we're using, X-ray, so 5 pylons, 6 turns. As I say, you've got left and right hand turns all the way through, making it incredibly difficult. But we cut back to the action. So like I say, the live scores are on dice.flight, so called because it looks like the number 5 on the face of a dice. So navigate through to PF, which is the foot-launched paramotor class that we're following at the moment. And it's task number 6, X-ray. And there you can see the times of the competitors as they finish. So this is Rashid from UAE. Needs to stay low in order to get a score, which he does perfectly. Very, very good performance from Rashid. They're fairly new to this sport, and the rate of progress we've seen over the week has been just incredible. 31, Dan Jones from UK. Marshall's checking for safety reasons. Are clips connected, buckles tightened, harness in place. He will only be given the green flag to take off once everybody is happy. A lot of these pilots have social media presence. You can see he's got a camera on his head. So if you look for the pilots afterwards, quite a lot of them post to Insta or TikTok or some other of the social media platforms. Don't forget on this, the live channel of YouTube. It's pretty close with Kaylee nearly getting a push from the drone. Apart from the live shots, oh, and that's a mess up at the beginning. She's hit the water, but she's survived it. She's still got power. Think she's okay because it was before the start of the gate. She is carrying on. So this is Kaylee Biss from USA. Her first time at this level, not her first time here in Bornos. Very distinctive wing, the disco wing. Kaylee part of Team USA this week, with several supporters and helpers, not least her father Jerry, who I'm sure is currently having a heart attack. But Kaylee's completely regained her composure. She's not let it affect her at all. Showing great determination. It must have put her off her balance, but it's not showing at all as she completes a highly commendable performance there. Stay up, Kaylee, stay up. And she does. Very, very many congratulations to Kaylee. Overcoming the slight dip. So there are penalties during the week. If you do have a water touch like that, then you do gain penalties. So it's up to the scorers to decide whether or not that was part of the task. But that will be classified as a WAT, a water touch. The penalty for which is that she will be given an extra 3 points. So if she were to finish 10th, then she would be scored as 13th and be given 13 points. So head over to Dice Stop Flights, and there you will see details of all of the action. And she surely has been given a WAT penalty, a time of 1 minute 38.511. Coming in 5th at the moment, but she'll be added 3 for the water touch to make 8 points so far. So there, a reminder of the course. 6 turns. The left hand or counterclockwise turns in blue, and the right hand and clockwise turns in red. So Kaylee, 1 minute 38. Pretty good, seeing as though she decided to give her a proper bit of a clean. Leaderboard still headed up by Stéphane Fontana from France, 47. Abdallah Nasser, 1 minute and 2. And then Khamis from UAE, 1 minute 10. Wallo from Team USA. What a character Wallo is. Very distinctive haircut. Really, really big personality. Lovely guy. He's got a load of new equipment here, and the event is new to him as well. And you can see the dramatic improvement in performance over his first training flights earlier in the week. We've been shouting out his 2 chief supporters this week, Jizzer and Rizza, his 2 cats, but he's wanted me to also say hi to his dear wife, Ariana, whom he's dedicating his flights to this week. And he says quite emotionally that without her support, he wouldn't be here today. So along with all of the others, for all of the competitors. Big shout out to Ariana for your love and support and for helping Wallow be here this week. '33 is Tim from France. Timothy Stengel, psyching himself up, making sure that everything is okay. Being watched by team assistants and the squad of marshals. The engine is running. They've all got slip clutches, or most of them have got slip clutches, so propeller will only start to turn once the revs go up. As we go over to one of Wallow's teammates, Mark from USA. Mark, a very tall guy, is absolutely loving it this week. Can't get over this whole atmosphere that he's enjoying. Mark flying, I think, the biggest wing of all competitors this week is a 22-meter gin carve. If you're new to paramotoring, that's a function of the weight that the paramotor will be carrying. Mark, being a tall guy, he needs a bigger wing. But this is also his regular paramotor wing used for cross-country flying, not a dedicated slalom wing. He's fortunate he doesn't have so much wind today because the bigger sail obviously will be affected by the wind, but doing absolutely brilliantly. Fantastic control as he exits and guarantees himself some points. Brilliant performance, Mark. So sadly for Wallow, from Team USA, he failed to exit the gate, was clearly a little bit too high. So hard luck, Wallow. Great performance, but you need to get through that gate below 9 meters. If you were listening to me earlier, we were with Johnson Q, another teammate from USA, who's about to start flying himself. Unsure of the metric system that we use over here in Europe. 9 meters is equivalent to 2 fathoms and 6 pints. I'm kidding, it's about 30 feet. So you've got to be below the height of the pylon, which is about 30 feet. Wallow didn't manage that. He's scored an FEX, a failure to exit, and will score top points, high number of points for coming low down in the table. Meanwhile, Carlos, fresh from his dip earlier on in the racing teams, he's dried out. He's using the same machine that hit the water only an hour or so ago. I saw him just now over a cup of coffee. I said, did you enjoy getting wet? He went, yeah, it wasn't so bad, but I'm not going to do it again. Well, there we go. Stay low, stay low. Got to stay low. And that, I would say, is in danger of also failing with an FEX, a failed to exit. But we will go to dice stop flights, where we can see that Mark from USA has scored brilliantly and is currently in second place with 56 seconds. 34, Vicente Palmero from Spain. And the team from UK, one member this year, Dan Jones, new to this discipline, but certainly not new to paramotoring, absolutely loving the whole experience. Another of the pilots here supported by main event sponsor Vitorazzi Motors, along with Liberty Paramotors, Dudek for the canopies, and then dice stop flights for scoring. And last but not least, the people bringing you these amazing shots this week, KTO Productions and Jordi Camardons here on my right hand side. would say that's a flawless performance from Dan. As Dan once again scores some solid points. Started 24th before this event, and will surely hopefully be looking to improve on that with that an excellent flight. Going into second place so far with 52.36. So still the leader, Stéphane Fontana from France, 47.7. And then Dan slips in second, 52. And Mark now pushed down to third place on 56 seconds. The times, they are going to tumble. We may be looking in the 30s, maybe the mid-30s, is my guess by the end of this task. Don't forget, we're flying reverse championship order, so as we go down the list, so we go for the faster pilots. And the next up is 23rd in the list at the moment, Tim Stengel from France. Major correction as he needs to save himself from disaster, which he does very successfully. So he will have lost some time as he goes around the final pylon and heads for the finish gate. Nice and low to the water there. Stay up, stay up. Bit ragged as he leaves. So I think Steph is going to be safe for the time being at the top. '36 is Jakob from Poland. So wonderful shots there of the scenery. There you can see in the distance the big team tent, the white tent, and perhaps on the far left the two pointy tops to another tent. That's us. So if we wave, it's where the scorers and the commentators are, but next to us are medical and then food and then team tents. It's a small environment, makes for a fantastic atmosphere. All of the competitors mixing and making for an absolutely wonderful week. As we look at Morgane Planton from France as she prepares to take to the sky. So we're actually with Morgane now, current world champion, having come first last year in Qatar. One of 3 female pilots this week. We saw Kaylee cleaning her cage earlier. Leah Cotullo, who sadly is a little bit unwell, so she may not be flying again today. She didn't fly yesterday. And this, the current world champion. More more than holding her own in the open class. So we have every pilot here competes in the same open class, and then there are subdivisions of that open class. As we see 29 Carol from Czech Republic. We have a serial class, so those using serial engines below 205cc. And then the open class with bigger engines. That's husband Cyril looking on, saying, yep, she done good, nice one. So Cyril and Morgane Planton, the super husband and wife team from France. Cyril pretty happy with that. So Morgane competing very successfully against the open class and beating a whole load of men. As we see Vicente Palmero from Spain. Using all four corners of the course with this pattern X-ray. And he's had an engine failure. Engine gone. So he's now going to be gliding. We shout, water, water. He'll be hitting the water. You'll see his head is above the water. The buoyancy aid is already inflated. And within seconds, the safety boat is there in position. The first thing they'll do is create communication with the pilot. But I can see his thumbs are up and he's okay. I was joking earlier with the controller of the boat, Paco, who's also the event director, that he's the world champion in safety boat rescue, which he certainly is. So Vicente is suffering from engine failure. Saw a big plume of blue smoke come out the back of his two-stroke engine. So the protocol is now that all other pilots are called in to land. And we give just as much time as we need for the rescue. But Vicente's already okay. You can see that he's fine. Take a couple of moments to pull the canopy out. That red boat on the right-hand side has a flip-top nose. So they'll flip the nose down. And Vicente will come on board. And already the canopy is being rescued. And let's look as Geordie takes us back to the slow-mo of the incident. So he's coming round the pylon. Everything's looking good. And any moment now, we will have heard the bang. All watching intently for the puff of smoke. But he reacted instantly to the loss of power. And you don't have much time to prepare for the water landing. But he did, and it's always best to go in a forward direction. So at the moment he's thinking, yep, life is great, I'm doing okay. Thinking about the next pylon. Getting ready for his celebratory cup of tea at the end, and then suddenly I'm waiting patiently for this to happen as well. But I can hear the action around me. The boats are already working nicely. Vicente is out of the water. They're just rescuing the cage now. He's perfectly okay. So let's keep watching this slow-mo because it looks as though it's going to be coming up any second now. And it goes. Bang. Big plume of blue smoke. Instant loss of power. So he will have heard it, he will have felt it. He now needs to level up. He's not going to have a lot of time. He needs to straighten. He ideally needs to go into wind, but you're not going to have time at that altitude to think about things like this. But he's leveled. There's only one way to go from here, I'm afraid. And you can see he's chosen to turn, which maybe wasn't the best idea because that's going to increase the speed of impact. He's got his legs straight out in front of him. He's braced for impact. And then he's okay. And there we go. Cage being rescued. He's already out. He's perfectly okay, look. He's actively helping with the rescue. So he'll need his celebratory cup of tea now just to warm up again. Wring his socks out, get the hairdryer out for the canopy. But this is the last task of the day for PF, so he'll be able to clean out the engine at his leisure. So it's a question of taking apart, if necessary, some parts of the engine, but then completely cleaning it of all of the water, getting all the water out the nooks and crannies, using usually the mix of oil and petrol that they use. And you can see the rescue boat coming back. And as soon as Vicente is back on land, he will be met by the 2 medical teams from the Cruz Roja, the Red Cross. He won't be allowed to go until he's been thoroughly checked through. And then we give time for the safety boats to come back, and then we'll be away again. So another few minutes time, and then we'll be back with more action.
¿Qué le ha pasado? Que dicen que salió un líquido antes de... para arriba y mucho antes de giro para medio y para abajo.
We're back. Just been watching Vicente being pulled out of the water. He's absolutely fine. And we're in now with Jakob. If you've just joined, this is live. We are at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, the official championships, here in Bornos, in the region of Andalusia in southern Spain. A whole week of paramotor slalom activity, going around 5 inflatable pylons in the middle of the lake of Bornos. And we have Jakub Baczowski from Poland, currently 19th, and a very solid performance. It gets very, very tight towards the top end of the PF class. And certainly the top 5 places are definitely up for grabs by any one of the 5 competing at the moment. But also there's intense battles all the way through the table as well. So after that short break, to welcome the latest member of the Bornos Swimming Club, because that's the honour you get when you get your feet wet. And there's Bartosz Nowicki, current world champion. All smiles as he waits. He will be 3rd from last because he's currently running 3rd in the competition. Absolutely beautiful weather conditions today. The wind has stayed off. You can see a little bit of wind on the water. And if you were with us earlier, we had the pleasure of Johnson Q from USA giving us his technical insight. Johnson running 18th at the moment. And if you were listening, his new Aries 260 engine. Matched with a 14 metre, no zone free ride too. Johnson's not a big guy. He's very slim, he's very fit and works out a lot, so doesn't need a big wing. And there we go. Nice job, Johnson. It'd be good to hear your comments afterwards as to what you thought of your own performance. So nil wind conditions this morning, or pretty much nil wind, meaning for a few extra steps on takeoff. And we are about halfway through. We're going to be here for about another half an hour, and we're looking to the 17th place in the championship so far is Karel Klima from Czech Republic. Johnson coming in 2nd place with a time of 46.4, but Jakub Baczowski still in the lead with 45.6. Head over to dice.flights. Find our comp, which is 7WPSC, and then this is the PF class, the Paramotor Foot Launch class, for all the live times. Excellent control from Carol on the exit. There's now a marked difference in the performances of these pilots. Nicely does it. Great landing. As I've said before, you need to land successfully within the deck for your scores to be counted. Abdulrahman from Qatar. It's a 14 metre Dudex Snake 4. with the Sky 150. There's a distinct tone to the Sky engines. And listening out for it to be full throttle all the way round. Will he have to correct? No, he's beautiful control, standing up in the harness, pushing down on the speed bar to squeeze out maximum performance. And there you see for the first time in 30 odd seconds he takes his hand off the throttle lever as he makes his way back over past my right hand shoulder and comes into land. 8 is Thomas Mignot from France, and Mathieu in the high-vis vest, the official team assistant from Team France. Another Qatari, Mohsen Al-Khafel from Team Qatar, currently 15th. As we again sit in his back pocket and follow him round the course. Off for a right hand, back to the centre pylon, taking a left. To the far pylon, taking a right. Just a correction there as he goes to the other far corner pylon with a 270 turn to the left. Wow, feel that in the harness and in your bottom as you're sitting in the harness seat. And he's away and he's safely through the finish gate. So Abdul Rahman, who we just saw, has gone top of the leaderboard with 40.0 seconds. So can his teammate Mohsen beat his time? Action's thick and fast. We are getting through these competitors incredibly quickly. So we have people taking off. They fly off to a waiting area over on the left-hand side of the shot. They join you at the top and they spiral their way down as other competitors leave towards the bottom. They wait for the all-important green flag before they start their attack run. Great shot there of the marshal on the deck. They're there for pilots' safety. That is their only concern, is to make sure that pilots go off okay. 38, Ryan Gloker from Texas. Ryan, a professional paramotor instructor, and hoping to be the host of an FAI Category 2 championship next year in June on Crystal Beach in just off the city of Houston, there on the waterside. Ryan performing exceptionally well this week. We had no history of him, so he started early on in the start list at the beginning of the week, but he's going to start in 11th place this morning. Meanwhile, back to the action. Andrzej Chaza from Poland, 14th in the table. 15-meter ozone free ride 2. And a big correction there as he's having to get himself back on track. As we have these amazing follow me shots. And really slowing down towards the end to make sure that he scores. But another excellent performance from Andrzej. And he goes straight in to the lead with the 39.945. So Andrzej in the lead. Started 14th. We've got another 13 on the official list to go, and then the 3 sandwich pilots from UAE at the end. 37, Marcin Ligas from Poland. But now from Czech Republic, it's Alois. Going nice and tight to the first pylon, swings round for the second. Simply breathtaking shots from the Follow Me drone. And out through the last pylon and into the finish straight. That's surely a fast time from Alois. But only third place for Alois with a time of 41.065. Abdulrahman in second with 40.03. And Andre still from Poland with 39.9. So less than 1/10 of a second between first and second. And then a bit more of a gap to third with Alois. On to competitor 8. Thomas Mignot from France, starting 12th. Great shot as he pulls on the power to get round the turn. You'll get the centrifugal effect as you accelerate your body in the horizontal plane. Super smooth. Which leads to super quick, but just a light wobble at the end. And having to throttle off as he gets through. But I can hear the French applause behind me. They think that was a good run. 39.9 to beat. Yep, the French are certainly happy. And yep, we get a massive 36.817 seconds from Thomas Mignot. So he races to the top of the leaderboard. 3 seconds faster than second place Andre. 3 seconds is the equivalent of your 2-week holiday in the summer. And Thomas Mignot from France, deserving every single ounce of the applause from the French supporters. So Ryan, I know that he's being watched avidly by his dad over in stateside. So Dave, shout out to you. Let's see if Ryan can continue to completely outperform our expectations of him. It's only because we didn't know him in this competition, and he's performed absolutely brilliantly so far this week. Look at the class, look at the control. Just gaining a little bit of height, but staying low, feet straight out, full throttle, skimming the surface of the water, and beautiful. I can hear Dad shouting from over in Texas. And don't forget, head over to dice.flights, and you'll see there that Ryan has gone into second place, 39.4. Pushing Andre from Poland into third with 39.9. So in the lead, Thomas Mignot from France, 36.817. As we head into the last 10 competitors. Thumbs up from Saeed there. But it's 10th place so far in these World Championships. Marcin from Poland. 36.817 to beat. Super fast roll rate as he goes through that pylon. Again, near horizontal as he's using the weight shift and his body weight to get around the pylon as fast as he can. He's climbing. He needs to lose the height. Oh, that could be a nasty error on Marcin's part. He needs to get in below the 9-meter limit, and we'll be looking on the score sheet for an FEX penalty, failure to exit penalty. It's not because we don't like you, it's because our scoring system only has a certain scope. And if you fly above that scope, then we can't score you. But it is, of course, also part of the course. And you need to make sure that you stay low down, fighting the urge to climb. If you apply the throttle, same as in an aeroplane, the natural tendency will be to climb. And you have to fight that in a number of ways, using your body, using the speed bar, using the control of the wing. So running 9th, Severin, as he told me to call him, from Poland. Again, someone about whom we knew very little before he started, and look at him, he's 9th place. Beautiful control. The 15-meter Dudek Snake 4, Dudek being one of the sponsors of the event this week. And my good friend Wojtek Domanski, owner of the company over in Poland. Dudek proudly sponsoring and supporting this event in the canopy category, along with Liberty, makers of Paramotor chassis, and Vitorazzi Motors from Italy. Thank you all for your very generous support. Without you, it would not be possible. So please support our sponsors, Vitorazzi, Liberty, and Dudek, as we see number 6 Saeed take to the air from Team Qatar. So, currently 8th in the world this year because of his position in this competition is Erji Suja from Czech Republic. So right round pylon 1, off to the bottom corner, and right round pylon 2, switching to a left-hand turn around pylon 3, back to the middle for a right-hand turn, off to the far corner for a left-hand turn. I'm getting my lefts and rights mixed up. They're all the opposite to what I've just said. And then the last one is a left-hand turn. And then long stretch to the final. 6 turns round 5 pylons, easily the most complicated that we've used so far this week. If you need a diagram, head to our official website, 7wpsc.com. Look for the rules and regulations tab, and there you can download the local regulations complete with the task catalogue and pictures of all of the courses. So Thomas, with his blistering 36-second performance, not being threatened yet. Erji going second with 37.6, and then Severin with 38.5. Now into 7th in the competition. Very, very consistent flyer. Came 7th in 23, came 7th in 24, and pretty much 7th in every single task so far. It's Cyril Planton. We saw him earlier cheering on his wife Morgane, but let's concentrate on Cyril as he goes round the first with a left-hand turn. I'll get it right this time. Can't keep up with the action, but fortunately we've got the drone following. Allez Cyril. And a big sweeping turn as he makes his way to the finish line. More warm applause from the French supporters behind me. Can he top the time from his teammate Thomas? And yes, he can, with a 36.4 against Thomas's 36.8. So Cyril jumps over his teammate to be the current leader, with 6 more to go here in the start list. Look at this weather. I bet you wish you were here. I wish I was here, and I am. What a privilege to be here watching this action today. So X-ray will need to go left past the centre pylon. Down, back on yourself, and left around the bottom pylon. Across the course to go right. Back to the centre pylon and go left all the way around to the far pylon. And a right. Across to the corner and do a 270 left, having to go really wide because of the speed that he's carrying, and then the dash to the finish. Luboš from Czech Republic in 6th place, but is he going to beat 36.4 from Cyril? And he does. Not only does he beat it, but sorry Cyril, your mashed potato, 34.089 for Luboš. The times aren't tumbling, they're positively plummeting as we head for the next 5 competitors, the top 5 in the world. You can't move for world champions this week, as we watch Saeed, 9th in the world last year in 2024, and running 5th so far this week. Trying to harness the huge power of the Sky Zeus 300 engine, 44 horsepower. And he's only little, but he's doing it brilliantly. Yes, 44 horsepower is a huge amount. I'm an aeroplane pilot myself, and 44 horsepower would easily get me in the sky and cruising along at a good speed. So part of the problem this week is controlling all of that power that's available. If you just squeeze the throttle without control, you'll get a balloon. So it's a question of balance between all of the controls. So one of the sandwich pilots from UAE waiting for his turn. As we come to the next, which is going to be the compatriot from Qatar, Asa Al-Hajjaji. 2nd in the world in 2023, 8th last year on home turf in Qatar. Utterly spellbinding, just having to come off the power a little bit. So his teammate Saeed went into the lead with 33.6. So Asa, the time to beat. And he does it, 32.7 seconds. Asa from Qatar in the lead, 32.7. Saeed from Qatar, 2nd place, 33.6. Luboš from Czech Republic, 34.0. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. We've the 3 left in the official start list, followed by 3 from UAE. So the 3 best pilots, not least Bartosz Nowici, the current world champion, winner last year in Qatar. In absolutely top form this week, but definitely lost some speed there. He's had to back off to correct, but swinging his body round and way over horizontal as he goes around that next pylon, and super close to the water as he swings around again. Wow, centimeters from the water surface. He's absolutely on the limit. And there we go, through the finish. Unbelievable times from Bartosz. 32.7 to beat. Is he going to go into the lead? And amazingly, no, he doesn't. Only 4th place for Bartosz, 35.406. The fastest now being 32.7. So all eyes on the Frenchman, Jérémy Pénon. Currently in 2nd place. Let's see what Jeremy can do this time round. All the way around the centre pylon. Back to the corner. Left-hand turn. Across to a right hand. Back to the centre for a left hand. Wow, look at him go. To the far for a right hand. Across the side of the dice for a left hand. And the mad scramble back to the finish line. Allez, Jérémy. Flawless. Utterly flawless. But it's tight at the top. Asa, 32.7. Jeremy put in a stupendous flight yesterday to win the last task. Expectations are high, but he hasn't managed it. 2nd place, 33.023, puts him into 2nd. And then Saeed just 0.6 behind on 33.6. So the leaderboard with 1 more to go. Asa from Qatar, 32.7. Jeremy from France, 33.0. And Saeed, 33.6. But now, as I hear him, starting his attack run, Aleš Triml from Czech Republic. Leader of the competition. Cannot make a mistake. Has to be absolutely on the ragged edge all the way around. A little bit high. Is that going to be the difference between 1st and 2nd this morning? Doing the figure of 8 around the final pylon. And bombing along. Standing right up in the harness. Oh, he did. Oh, he's going to be a bit close there. So now we have to turn to dice stop flights to wait patiently. Now the Polish scoring team obviously is speaking Polish, and sadly I don't speak Polish, but normally all they do is they give a time. And there was some discussion, so we are going to have to look now. As to the scores. Meanwhile, we've got 3 more pilots from United Arab Emirates. They are the sandwich pilots. Remember, they brought 3 machines for 6 people. So they're graciously being allowed to go first and last in the order. And the time is in for Aleš. He didn't score a penalty, but he also didn't score a win. 5th place, 34.327. So as these 3 last pilots to go, I'm pretty confident I can say to you that The winner of Task 6 X-Ray in this, the PF class, is Asa from Qatar with 32.7 and just 0.3 of a second behind. In second place is Jérémy Penon from France, and in third place from Qatar, Saeed with 33.6. So you go to Dice Stock Flights, and there you can find details of the competitors along with a bit of a bio and their picture. But most importantly, you can see the current leaderboard as it stands, and there has been a change at the top. And currently leading the event with a total of 9 points is Jérémy Penon from France. In second place now after that run is Alech with 12 points, and in third place from Qatar is Asa with 13 points. It's very, very tight at the top. As a reminder, if you look at the score sheet, you may see some red lines under some numbers. After 5 tasks, pilots drop their worst score. So you take the top 4 scores from your first 5 tasks. That's the reason for the red lines. So Jérémy so far this week came 4th in task 1, but that was his worst, so it was discounted. And then 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Add those up makes 9. So that makes him the current leader of the board. Interesting, we just saw on camera there, number 16, that's Toon Hulebus from Belgium. Very, very good friend of mine. I was chatting to him earlier. Had a few problems on the way here. He'd been practicing extremely hard. He'd bought himself a bit of equipment and was very serious to make an impact on the event this week. But he was actually taking part as a member of the organising team in the Rallye du Maroc, a sand-based motorbike and car event, and his wife Ellen was due to bring his equipment down from their home in Belgium, and their car conked down on the way down. So Ellen was recovered back to Belgium, but that means that all of Toon's equipment is sitting quietly at home. Toon's come directly here from Morocco, so he's equipmentless, but has been determined to try to find a way to take part this week. And I've just seen him harnessing up, so it may well be that we get to see Toon fly for the first time and to record a score. As we watch the 5th pilot from UAE, Zaid, work his way through. Bit of a dip, but he's okay. You need to stay in the bit between the 2 blues, between the water and the sky, and he's done it. So as a reminder, this is task 6 in the Paramotor foot launched, and the winners of this task are in first place Aisha Al-Hajjaji from Qatar, in second Jérémy Penon from France, and in third Saeed Malhia from Qatar. And the overall table going into tomorrow, the final day, where we hope to have 2 more individual tasks. So the foot launched and the trike will both fly again twice, hopefully. But the current leader and ahead with 9 points is Jérémy Penon from France, and then on 12 points is Alech Trimmel, and on 13 points is Asa Al-Hajjaji. If that stays the same, then I will have the great honour of declaring them gold, silver and bronze medal winners on Saturday at the closing ceremony, which will also be brought to you live here on this channel. Meanwhile, we're going to stick around to see if my friend Toon does actually get to fly. And then we'll be wrapping up for the day. It's been a hard day for the racing teams earlier on in the morning, so if you missed it, go back to this video, which will be available on YouTube. But also we have highlight reels as well, put together late in the evening by KTO Productions, and my friend Jordi Camarons works late into the night. splicing together the best of the action of each day, and we've training day highlights and then highlights from days 1, 2 and 3. So take a look on our channel, and please like and share the videos. It's no mean feat putting these videos on, and we do it for you, and we do it for the sport of paramotoring. So tell your friends, spread it, stick it on your WhatsApps, and let everybody know just what an amazing event this is, how much fun we're having, and just how exciting the sport of paramotoring is, and also this, the elite of the elite, the Paramotor Slalom, the fastest, the most furious. As we watch the drone thinking about coming into land, but no, Geordie's directing him to go and fly over our tent, and that the team tent with our decks on the right hand side, and then you can see the beautiful town of Bornos over there in the distance as we follow the last competitor as he comes into land. Nice and slow, directly into wind, no power, glide, flare, foot drag, and amazing shots here from KTO Productions and Jordi Camaldons. So I do hear an engine in the sky, so I do hope it's my friend Toon who's going to be taking off as the drone pilot has some fun. There we are, there's the coffee, there's the food, and on the left, there we are. We can wave, in fact. Maybe you saw us as the drone went past us just now. Fantastic atmosphere here. There's around 150 people on site. There are 57 competitors. And then all of the organisers, the marshals, medical. And I've just been warned to duck my head. There's Camille, competition director on the right-hand side in the white. And here we go as we see the drone go through our tent, having some fun at the end of the day. The drone operator showing the amazing skills. We still have one more to go, I think. And that does actually bring it to a close. Bit of fun at the end of the day for the drone competitor. He should be. He'd win the competition. The drone pilot, as we can see that he's safely got the drone to the ground. That concludes the action for today. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:30, for yet more. So we look forward to seeing you then. But from us here in Spain, goodbye. See you tomorrow.